Hello everyone, and today we're doing some more Odyssey Coinless, and we're going to be starting with probably the single hardest kingdom in the whole game, Night Metro. So let me make sure. I think I did this, but okay, I did in fact remember to save here. So why this kingdom is so difficult, and why Night Metro in specific, is because there are a bunch of tanks in Night Metro, and those tanks can defeat enemies, and you get a coin for that. And we also have to be careful not to defeat those enemies ourselves. There we go. I'm kind of just improvising the speedrun strats a little, because doing the intended path is a coinless hell. And so I would rather not do it if I don't have to. And also the any percent route gives us a free moon. We're gonna need that checkpoint because reasons. Okay, what we need to do is we need to, like... I know this is going to seem weird, but City Hall, from everything that I have learned, is very, very, very annoying. And so, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save here, because with that checkpoint I just got, when I inevitably fail City Hall, I can just go to the checkpoint and then do it from there. I just realized there's a typo in the title, because of course there is. We'll just edit that. So we can't defeat the enemies at all. True. We can't defeat the enemies. We can't touch the posters. If I first try this, no one's going to believe me. Okay, we couldn't just first try this area, because, you know, that would be too fun. So we're gonna have to redo that and approach it differently, but that's fine. So what we're gonna do is we're going to override the file we just used. You have good news, Eros. What is the news? That you... That's exciting. I hope you have a good time. So, you know, those posters, if Cappy touches them, it's a reset. So we can't do that. You know, in an ideal universe, this stream would probably be a Mario Kart Wii time trial one, but I still have things to do in that game before that stream can take place. Yes, the posters do in fact make coins. I don't know why they do. It's really annoying. But unfortunately, that's just how the game works. Okay, that's just me being a fool. I didn't even fall to one of the ninja coins, or one of the coins in a thing that, you know, isn't obvious. That just... You know, that's why I said that City Hall was going to be a nightmare. And before you ask, there is not a way to avoid City Hall. At least, okay, I guess there technically is. But let's just say that that is very unintuitive. And requires two-player shenanigans that are harder than just doing City Hall itself. And plus, I don't even know if City Hall skip is possible Coinless. I have to remember, killing enemies isn't allowed. Because all the enemies have coins in them, except for the bosses. Which... that fact, you know, definitely doesn't make the boss any more annoying, because there are 2 tanks in the Mecha Wiggler boss fight. And normally, one of them is forced to die, and so you would get a coin, but there is a way to prevent that. It's not intuitive. You know, no part of this boss fight is, or, you know, no part of this climb is intuitive. You know, I almost first tried it, and then the universe has decided that that was too much fun. I think now you can see why I made sure I got the heliport checkpoint. Because imagine if I had to do the entire rest of the kingdom. Which, by the way, isn't easy. Easy in and of itself. There's a reason why last stream we ended at Lost Kingdom, and why that was the effectively hard ceiling for progress. Because I knew in advance that this kingdom would be... Welcome on in. I don't know if it has. Because Twitch is a bit finicky with that, so... I would just say keep the stream open for like 5 minutes and you should be good. Okay, now we need to be careful here. We can't be responsible for those enemies dying, so we have to... We did, in fact, get out of City Hall, which is good. And because I don't want to have to do City Hall again, we're going to be doing all the saves. So we're going to overwrite all of our save files. And also because Mecha Wiggler, let's just say there's more obstacles for us. And I might... Okay, let me make sure that everything is correct. Yes. We have to let the other tank despawn, because otherwise we get a coin. Now, one thing I will say is we're not getting world peace in this kingdom, which means we're not doing the festival, because it is impossible to do. I'm pretty bad at this fight, so me having to do it in 3 cycles is pretty common. You can do it in 2. And Night Metro is now a thing of the past. The fact that that only took, like, not even 20 minutes? I'm a little surprised. I honestly thought we would be here for an entire hour, just on Night Metro. Because of past reputation. You know, I somehow missed the plot the first time. Okay, we have to remember not to... So, probably avoid that moon. That's what I get. Because it seems like there's a lot of coins in there. And I don't know if I've... So that moon looks pretty difficult. The only downside here is we have to plant the seed again, but oh well. Remember, you know, the bushes and the plants in this game sometimes have coins in them. Now, and so thus, I should avoid those when possible. You know, there's just so much stuff with coins in this game. It's kind of crazy. Ding! Now we can't speak to the magician yet because there's specific story conditions we have to meet first. Once I get this third seed, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save again so that all of these are available. So this one, like, we'll get this moon since it's completely free. You know, there are some. That's just, you know, a moon that sits there. I don't even know why it exists, to be honest. That's a. I think that's our first purple coin reset? I could be wrong. Yeah, I just like being able to do down throws. It's why I always use Joy-Cons when I play this game. Congrats on being third. And thank you for the lurk as well. Now I just need to, you know, not get a purple coin while trying to get this one to where it needs to go. I don't think that moon's possible. I could be wrong. Oops, what am I doing? Oh well. This is why I should have updated the system before the stream. Won't know until you try 200 times. Okay, fortunately that didn't take too long. No, I was supposed to click ignore the update. Because what I'm hoping is that it didn't save the fact I got that coin.
Super Mario Odyssey!
Okay, it did not save it, so we're fine. You know, we can't go to the Crazy Cap store. Because, you know, we don't have any money. The whole objective of this challenge is to reach Darker Side without ever growing the size of Mario's wallet. And we can't even get the purple coins. I was hoping I could at least get the seed into that thing, because when you have the seed, it makes it a lot harder to platform. Welcome on, Leon. You did in fact hear Coinless. You are not mistaken. Of course, I can just do that. I just have to be really careful with the purple coins, because I don't allow myself to touch those either. They're also forbidden.
Hi. Oh.
So what I'm going to do here is... the minimum requirements is we have to get 124 moons, but I'm trying to get 500 because I want to do Darker Side. You know, if the goal is just to beat the game, this would be a two-part series, and that's boring. You know, I already thought 3D World No Power-Ups was a boring challenge run for this stream. And so I was like, I need something that is, you know, more compelling to replace it. And, you know, side note, that challenge run is why I'm never going to let you guys decide which challenge runs I do ever again. You want me to... You know, I'm a bit of a masochist when it comes to these challenge runs, but I'm not enough of a masochist to be doing 9-3. Let's see here. Which option did you pick in that poll, Arrows? I need to see. You picked 3D World no power-ups, so I don't know if I entirely agree. Back to studying. 3D World no power-ups, its biggest problem is that it's way too easy for most of the challenge, and then there's like 1 or 2 levels that are absurdly complicated and require a lot of multiplayer stuff. That's its biggest problem. I forgot that because I reset, I didn't have that moon anymore. You know, I prefer challenge runs that aren't over in 4 streams, personally. I don't know if it's that I want it to be overly hard. It's just that as a challenge run, there aren't that many games where no power-ups is that interesting. Only really the Galaxy games I can think of are ones where that would be an actually interesting challenge run to do. There we go. And we're going to do something a bit silly here, so... Okay. I didn't mean to go back inbound, because there's an outfit sub-area, which normally in this challenge run, it would be impossible to do any outfit sub-areas. But we can just, you know, clip out of bounds and do the sub-area that way. Probably not. Because the last time I attempted a 2D mod, it did not end well. Okay. Wait, no, I just realized that's on my main profile, which is bad. Because my main profile doesn't have the Coinless, and it doesn't have the Coinless files.
Super Mario Odyssey.
It just has 2 100% files instead. Okay, what I'm gonna do is first, I'm gonna go get the musician here. I will probably at some point try, like, a coinless run for a 2D Mario game? Not Luigi U. Because as far as I'm aware, that one's off the table no matter which way I try to do it. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Leon. And you get to enjoy the new sub badges we have. Because I recently redid all the sub badges. I like how it's gonna pretend that the sub goal is met, even though it isn't. We are not at that number of subs. I don't know where it got the idea. I have 10 subs right now. You know, I definitely wasn't expecting it either. Alright, I was like, I forgot. I'll probably adjust that. I forgot that Leon doesn't have the Power Star badge thing I made. That Leon has a Founder's badge. Because of the fact that he took the one that Dillbot had. And thank you for the sub, Arrows. So, what I'm gonna do quickly is with Slime 2. Is that I'm going to quiet that down a little. I'm gonna... Because all the... Boo-doo-doo. Cappy is probably going to tell us we have enough moons to leave, because we do. But I don't care about getting that amount of moons, because that's irrelevant to me. Because, you know, since our goal is ultimately to get 500. With each kingdom we do, I'm going to get more moons than required. It's really funny here because, you know, we don't have any coins, and so normally when you die, you would lose 10 coins, but that just kind of doesn't happen. Okay, I'm not going to attempt the other moon right now because it is very difficult. And I'll save that for post-game.
Super Mario Odyssey!
So we will do the sewer area. But one important clarification is we won't be doing festival because it's impossible. I am in fact playing on Switch 2. I haven't used my Switch 1 like at all really since the Switch 2 came out. In fact, my preferred controller for this game is a Switch 2 controller. The Switch 2 Joy-Cons. Okay, there we go. I just need to make sure I avoid the coins that were right next to the pipe. See, I don't have a Switch OLED. I bought the... You know, my Switch 1 was the day 1 model. And I never got a different Switch from that. And my Switch 2 is also effectively a day 1 model. I might have bought it on like day 2. I'm going to show the festival just for the sake of content. But before I do that, I'm going to make sure I have all of the backup save files in the world. I don't know if I agree with that. Oh, I see what you mean. So, we'll give the festival the 1 token attempt. Yeah, no, this is not possible. Let's not even entertain the idea that it is possible, because it just isn't. The Odyssey low percent Discord actually has like a spreadsheet for all the moons that are possible, and the people that made that spreadsheet, they gave up trying to count how many coins are required for the festival. Which I think should say something. You know, I'm surprised that removable batteries are, like, still a thing, to be honest, because it feels like companies did away with those forever ago. I think we can get the... We can get the regular moon, but we can't get the moon for the expert time. Because I think the moon for the harder time is locked behind either World Peace or the Moon Rock. And we cannot even consider getting either of those things. Okay, that's a really bad time for me. Yeah, like that's 4 seconds slower than my current PB. Wait, I just... The fact that my Coinless file's on my alternate profile will always mess me up.
Super Mario Odyssey!
You know, one thing here is I always try to make sure that I end up with more moons than I need to leave the kingdom. Because I don't really care about the 124 requirement to beat the game. I don't. Now, I don't think we're going to be able... Not that often. The most TV that I've watched recently was the Stanley Cup Final. That is the National Hockey League's championship. Yes, all I can tell you is that the Carolina Hurricanes won that, in case anyone was wondering.
Super Mario Odyssey!
The good news is because of the fact that I did the festival attempt, I can just do that, and I don't lose a whole bunch of progress. Maybe this is just me, but I honestly find the RC car easier to control in the race than I do in that little trial thing. The ads are in 5 minutes, you know, how dare they be? That's a really bad one. Okay, that's at least, you know, that recovers from that terrible lap one. I was like, should I go up here? And then I was like, yes, I do in fact. Because we're trying to get that moving. I think that was the only... I think that I just have to restart at that point. What I'll do is I'll grab the other seed moon and then probably just leave without that sub area. That's what I'll probably do. Just because I do want to get to the next kingdom before we run the advertisements. There we go. So we will have finished with 8 extra moons, which I feel like we could probably get more. But that will be for when we're getting moons in post-game. We're gonna go to Snow Kingdom because I always do Lake and Snow first in my playthroughs. Because that way, the painting chain, it works such that both water kingdoms link to each other. So the ads are going to be running in a minute, and after I finish overwriting all the save files, we will take a break for those ads. And when the ads are done, we will return with Snow Kingdom. So, see you all in 3 minutes. And we are back. Time for some Snow Kingdom. I just realized we forgot to say hello to Captain Toad in Metro Kingdom. Oh well, we can always remember that he exists when we do post-game in that kingdom. So, I'm just gonna save here in Shiveria because Shiveria is a very massive area. And it might as well be like a sub-kingdom unto itself. Or, you know, that is the town. We need to be careful here, because I'm pretty sure that destroying the boxes gives us coins. I don't know if it does. But, you know, this game has done enough shenanigans that at this point, I'm kind of terrified of any object and what happens if I destroy it. And I think my fear is quite reasonable. Because, you know, just watch what we were doing in City Hall. I don't know if this is possible, to be honest. The main moon. I kind of just picked this sub-area and hoped it is possible. I don't like to be constantly doing backup saves, but I'm doing this because I'm worried that I might get a bunch of coins for doing this. And, you know, that would be really bad. Especially after Last Kingdom, if something feels like it could be risky, I'm gonna make sure that I... Okay. I think so long as that enemy does it, I think we're fine. Which is good. So I think world peace should be relatively easy. We shouldn't have to worry about it too much. And this kingdom's probably going to be a bit of a boost when it comes to the extra moons we get. Because, you know, each of these little sub-areas with the story moons, they also have a secondary moon we can get. I know you're supposed to do an entire, like, whole thing, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm just going to long jump. Because, you know, it's more interesting that way. I think this one's the Rango room. Yeah, I don't want to do that one yet. Because this one's a bit... This one's the... Yeah. That's what I thought this one was. The thing where the pillars from the ground try to eat Mario. Oh. I somehow missed that shard. What am I doing? Well, to be fair, it is, like, completely besieged by coins, and so I probably... was more like... There's a bunch of coins there, so I should just not go there. When actually, there was something very important there. Oh. Okay, so Fur's live, apparently. That's why I got a Discord ping. Now it's time for Rango. Exactly. I don't know why, but Rango I'm a little worried about. Just because bosses in this game tend to generate a lot of coins. And you know, one thing about this boss that's always kind of felt off is that you don't get a multi-moon for it. Because there's only one other... There isn't another situation I can really think of where you fight a boss and you get a normal moon other than when you fight Harriet and Topper in Bowser's Kingdom. You know, one thing doing this challenge has made me realize is that Odyssey is a really good game to do challenge runs for. And I don't know why it took me so long to do this game for any challenge runs. Hello. So, for anyone in chat, I want you to see if you can guess the final time I will get. I would say a good time to guess is around, like, 52 seconds. VOD watchers, you aren't allowed to participate in this because you already know the answer. 53.21. I guess. Although I don't know if I'm quite that good, but I can try. Yeah, no. You weren't close. I think my PB was actually like 55 seconds. I don't know what I was saying. So that's Snow Kingdom World Peace done coinless. So, you know, after a kingdom where world peace was impossible, now we could leave the kingdom. I, in fact, do. Because I'm pretty sure one of the tags says as much.
Super Mario Odyssey!
Mm-hmm. Alright, what am I doing? See, I did the wrong account. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do something else. I clicked on the wrong button.
Super Mario Odyssey.
I am very similar. You know, Cappy's trying to tell us, you know, we have enough moons, we can leave. But, you know, we don't just care about beating Bowser, Cappy. We care about getting all the way to Darker Side. And Darker Side will require us to get way more than 124 moons. Thanks. You know, I spent a lot of time making my layout what it is. For the Luigi U thing, whenever I feel up to it. Okay, why is this fish so... I did not. Okay, I'm not gonna deal with that right now. Because... What was his time, anyway? Because, like, is sub 3 Darker Side, that's now a thing. That's been a thing for a while now. I'm trying to think, what time could he have gotten? Oh. Yeah, that sub-area is completely impossible. There's no way we're doing it. Because there's a coin ring. A 255.45. Oh my. I mean, I know Switch 2 load times are crazy. But a 255? You know, I've known for like forever at this point that Tyrone's insane. The part about that impresses me the most is that there's no duplicate moons. There's no duplicate moons from the shop because that isn't allowed in the speedrun category for some reason. You know, just imagine if the duplicate moons were allowed, what that time would be. I remember the days when, like, getting, like, a 305 in Darker Side was considered impressive. You know, I was gonna do a down throw, but I don't think that's a reliable strategy. You know, one thing, you know, with... I've kind of been following the Odyssey speedrunning scene on and off since 2018. In fact, Odyssey speedrunning is kind of the only reason that I joined Twitch in the first place. And you know, when I joined this site in 2018, everyone was talking about, could you do this game in under an hour? And now I'm pretty sure the 80% world record's like 55 minutes or something. It's something crazy. That would make my head spin if I actually saw it. I do too, although I mainly remember, the period I most remember was when, like, we all knew it was possible, but we were just waiting for it to actually happen. Yeah, I'm not... No, not happening. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember where the last of the last shard is. I think it's probably somewhere closer to... Did I already do that moon? I think I did, but... Yeah, I already did that one. As it turns out, avoiding the coin in the sub-area is pretty easy. All I have to do is just... Alright, yeah, I have to remember that getting the moon... resets this. Which I don't understand why that is. I don't know if there's really a world record. I don't care about speedrunning when I do challenge runs. My goal is just to... complete the challenge run. I don't care if it takes me 5 hours or 50. Oh, there's the last card. It's right in front of the Blowy Joey. Kleptoskip. See, I actually did Kleptoskip when I did Lost Kingdom in this challenge, just because I wanted to. And because having to do things without Cappy in this challenge run, nah, I would have rather avoid. Because, you know, my whole goal is I don't want either the coin or purple coin counters to go above 0. So, yeah. That does restrict the moons that I can and can't get. Because, like, you know, you do any percent. You know how in the any percent route, you do get, like, 1 or 2 shot moons. You know, I can't get those shot moons in this challenge. Because those shot moons require me to get 100 coins. And I'm not allowed to have any amount of coins. Thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous around here. It is a little annoying that, you know, that we can't do the shot moons, but... So that's the Power Star theme from Galaxy 1 for when you get a Power Star. And also the visual for that alert is pretty new. I only recently changed that. I used to have just like a very, very basic visual. Now, that move might be possible, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going because it just, that looks very difficult.
Super Mario Odyssey!
I also realized... Hydrate? I'll do that. True. Okay, we'll do the story moon here. Now this is probably a strong contender for my favorite kingdom in the whole game. Gosh, is the camera trying? Can I destroy? No, I cannot destroy those. So what I have to do is I probably have to do the thing where you climb up the wall because the ledges are weird and silly. The minimum capture strategy to get up there. Which, that sounds... You know, I'm just so used to being able to select my main profile and that being fine when... Actually, no, I have to press right once for my alt account. Because I do know you can get this moon. Because for some reason, you can stand on this. And there's some way to... I don't know. Most of I think my post-game files I have are currently just in Lake Kingdom. It's either Lake or Seaside.
Super Mario Odyssey!
Which is a bit unusual for me, because normally my favorite levels are either the space ones or the snow ones. But that's not the case for this game. Although, good water levels I do typically like. I'm looking at Cosmic Cove and Galaxy 2. There we go. Yes, you can just do that. Now, why you can do that, I have no idea. I'm not going to pretend that I know why. I don't think that should be possible. Now this is going to be a case where I save not because I'm about to do something difficult, but because I don't want to do something difficult again. Go ahead, what do you want to say?
Super Mario Odyssey!
I think you were too late there. That's the wrong account again. Discord, why? Oh, that makes more sense.
Super Mario Odyssey!
Remember, we can't touch grayed out moves. That's not allowed to do. Bold of you to assume that I will remember that, because that's not really a memory thing so much as a muscle memory thing. Because what I'm forgetting to do is I'm forgetting to press the right button. I did not mean to do a screenshot there. I don't think that would be possible, to be honest, because I don't think that the game can actually detect screenshots. But yes, it would be a nightmare. That might be assist mode only, I just realized. It might not be possible to get up there. Either way, you're gonna go look for your controller. Remember. And now you're just going to make it grayscale. Because that is a thing you can do for 250 channel points.
Super Mario Odyssey!
If you can make the screen grayscale for a few seconds. Or no, it's like for 2 minutes. I think. I don't even remember the amount of time I set it to. It's not permanent. I don't want these effects to be permanent. It should also be noted that, for me, I don't really see the effect of grayscale. Because I just look at my TV, which is not affected by the channel point redemption at all. Hmm. Ba-da-doo. Because of the fact that I know that this boss fight is very difficult, or could be difficult, we're going to preemptively save before we do it. And then we're going to save the second we beat it. You couldn't find your controller? Which controller do you use anyway? Do you use Joy-Cons or Pro Controller? Because in my opinion, for this game, there's only one option. And it isn't Pro Controller. Oh god, this boss fight's going to be fun. I know that much. I'm pretty sure with Joy-Cons, your roll boosts are slightly faster and down throws. And there's also the fact I'm on Switch too, so stick drift isn't as much of an issue, I think. Now, I could be wrong. But, with my Switch 2 Joy-Cons, I've never had drift be an issue. Yeah, that's the thing, is... In my experience... Oh. This boss fight legitimately looks like it could be a nightmare. And I don't like that. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that Mollusk is as far away from any other Gushins as possible. And what we do is we... I don't know. You know, I thought that this boss fight would be difficult, but I didn't think it would be this difficult. I do, in fact. Although I recently updated the invite link. So what you should do is, like... if you, like, click on my profile picture, I think you should be able to find a link to my Discord server, and if you can't, I probably can just get the link for you. Okay, there we go. So the Discord server is there. I do normally have a Discord command, but I don't. But I don't think I've updated that. I think my Discord command still uses the old link. But that link I just sent in chat should work.
Super Mario Odyssey!
Boo-ba-doo, 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 ba-doo-doo, boo-ba-doo. There are kind of two versions of Kleptoskip. Now, I would go into Lost Kingdom and show you that, but I don't know if I can do that. What we need to do is we need to...
Super Mario Odyssey!
I need to look here. Is this boss fight even possible to complete? Because if it is not, that might be a problem. Okay, it is in fact possible. That is good to know that it is actually doable. It's just the solution is we have to unload all of the gushons. Thank you for the follow. And then what we do is...
Super Mario Odyssey.
The clear solution is we need this Gushin, because this one causes the most problems. Okay, we can't just let the Gushin die, though. That's a bit of a problem. Because apparently if any Gushins die, we get a coin for such an action. I don't know why.
Super Mario Odyssey.
I still think the strategy is to get this one. If our goal is coinless. Or at least to move it out of the way is at minimum. Okay, why is Mollusk stuck there? This boss fight is just... It says something when I'm legitimately tempted to ignore the boss entirely and just get other moons.
Super Mario.
But I can't really do that option either. I don't know. I'm gonna try and do this, even though it... And also, this will probably be the last attempt. Yes. Wait, no, we can just... We don't need to exit out to the... Because I think this might not immediately force us into the boss fight every single time. Never mind, all of them will. So the ads are going to run like in a minute, and I don't think I have enough time to be able to do an attempt. So I'm just going to take a break, and we will be back with more attempts when the ads finish. And we're back. You know, at the start of the day, when I turned on the stream, I thought the kingdom that would give me the most trouble was Night Metro. And to be fair, Night Metro was not easy. By any stretch of the imagination. But oh boy. This has been what I feared Night Metro would be. This, you know, this boss fight. Because, you know, Night Metro was where we started today's stream from. Oh. Okay, that was just a bad idea. I don't know why on the planet I would do that. Just put it right into Mollus's range. Because, you know, that's a good idea. Okay, there we go. We are on the right profile. I have to check because, you know,
Super Mario
I keep
Odyssey.
forgetting. Doo-ba-da-doo. Well, we don't want to go that way. We want to go, like, a completely different direction from the one that I was going. And also need to actively resist the camera trying to pan towards Mollusk, because that's what the camera tries to do. Because we need to have the Gushins unloaded as much as possible. Because if the Gushins aren't on screen, they don't exist according to the game. So what we need to do is we need to, like, bait him. We need to bait Mollusk a little. I never thought that would happen, but... Okay, so all of them are unloaded. And now we just need to... Are you kidding me? I thought that I could maybe manipulate him. Is there a way I can get him away from the first Odyssey platform? From that moon platform there? Because I don't know if it's survivable. Like, is there a way I could get him to go a different direction? No, there isn't. I know that the attempt is doomed, but is there even a way I can... I finally figured out a way to maybe get this. Welcome on in, Ian, and I don't know why you would willingly redeem that, but you do you. Yes, if you have 1,000 channel points, you can redeem to time yourself out. Why on earth you would want to do that? I don't know. I included it. But hello, Ian. And by the way, for those that do not know, Ian also streams. If that's how you operate, Ian, I can't stop you. So, Ian, currently I am just dealing with what might be the single most difficult boss in any challenge run I've ever done. What is the minimum amount to get? We need to be really careful with how we move Mollusk around. Because if Mollusk does anything even slightly wrong, we get a coin for it, which is really bad. So I have to, like, load and unload I will, like, after the stream. I might look into that, but not right now. Okay, now... I was too greedy there. I should have just... If I wasn't too greedy there, I might have actually beaten this boss fight, but that would have been too simple. Also, I don't know if I said this, but congrats on the 3-stream streak, Ian. The issue isn't that he moves too much, necessarily. It's more how he moves and how he can just defeat the enemies at his will. And so we have to be really careful with how we even, like, maneuver ourselves. Okay, what I'll do is I'm gonna switch to... Okay, no, that's a bad idea. I should not have done the switcheroo there. But I think I have figured out a method to the madness. Potentially. I figured out a method to this. I don't think it's the... I don't think it's the cleanest approach. But it works. I need to make it so that doing that, like, times you out or something. I don't know. I don't know, I just think it's funny. That it would be funny that way. It actually did. You're getting more consistent at Klepto Skip? Nice. Now, the third phase I've never done, so the fact that it kind of messed me up there, I'm not surprised. Okay, yeah, that attempt. It definitely, yeah, Odyssey definitely does have a lot of interesting mechanics in it. I don't think that's the best thing, that the camera manip couldn't... Okay, I don't... Okay, the camera, we were... This is probably the most free... Okay, what we'll do is... Okay. Apparently, we also have to worry about the seaweed. I don't exactly like that. I would much prefer that I don't. But unfortunately, the universe isn't gonna be that kind to me. Okay, why am I... Yeah, I knew that. I knew the fact that I couldn't get Mollusk to fully go around the lighthouse was gonna doom that attempt. I don't need to do camera sensitivity settings. I should have realized that, as it turns out, trying something that is completely different than the strategies I've been attempting is doomed to end in disaster. That's not good, but I think we can survive this. We just have to actively fight what the camera is trying to do. Which, as it turns out, is not easy to do. It isn't easy to actively fight the camera. You know, try as I might. I mean, I'll probably get this eventually, but this isn't an easy thing to do. And it's something where, if I do it even slightly wrong, I have to restart. I have no room for error. And the only reason I'm attempting this is because I know it isn't, like, completely impossible. I can't let him go like that. Are you kidding me there? Now, could I just skip Mollusk? I could skip him. But, you know, in my opinion, I've already skipped too much of the story. Because I skipped Sand Kingdoms because it requires unintended shenanigans to even be able to be possible. Okay, I kind of like when I have to fight the camera when I'm going away from it, because I know that it has worked. Because in certain situations, the camera actually will pan on Mollusk. Hmm. There we go, that's hit 2. And now you're using the Mudkips emote. One Swamos. Which direction do you want to go? Okay, now you're in a... Just don't go back to that platform and I'll be fine. Okay, so there is gonna have to be another look back. You know, I'm gonna have... But you know, when I do beat this boss, I need to make sure I remember to clip me beating this boss, because... Uh-oh, this file is contaminated. Where is a uncontaminated file? Okay, there we go. So what I'm gonna do, just because I'm worried that some of them are contaminated, is I'm gonna save over all of the files. You know, what this boss is really about is manipulating the camera such that things are and aren't on screen at the right time. Ah, I see. That does happen. And then I want you to, like, can you get out of there, please? 'Cause I don't like you being that close to a gotcha. And then we look away so that... I don't know if I agree with that one. I think there's a better star. One that is also good at Minecraft. One that's good at Minecraft, unlike me. I would shout them out, but I'm worried that they are lurking right now, and so I don't want to call them out. Yes. It is, in fact, Mineko. I like how that hint gave it away. You don't need to lie to me. Because remember, if Mineko doesn't exist, I probably don't make this layout. True story, by the way. I don't know if you've seen Mineko's layout, Ian, but you will definitely notice how similar our layouts are. If you have. Okay, that's just, you know, me being incompetent there. I didn't even do anything. Like, I didn't even... It isn't even the Gushins that got me. I just outright collected a coin that was out in the open for no reason. If you ask why the camera moves there, the very short answer is the camera wants to be looking at the boss, but I don't want it to be doing that. Because I'm trying to unload Gushins that the boss is trying to defeat. And what we need to do is we need to, like, look completely away. And then... There we go. Why would you time yourself out again? But we have finally defeated the boss. You know, it took long enough. Even if this challenge run is only 4 parts, like the 3D World one, it will at least have this moment. Welcome on in, my fellow star, and congrats on being quote-unquote first. Alright, I should probably, because I don't want to do this boss fight again, I'm sorry, just, no. I'm not doing Mollusk again. So what I'll probably be doing is I will be getting moons in Seaside for however long I feel like it. Which, at most, will be until the ads are about to run. I have to be very careful here. Because enemies have coins in them. And so if you defeat them, they give you money, and we don't want to become any richer. Did I not do this moon? I somehow didn't do that moon. I don't know how I didn't do it. Well, if you want to sub to me, you are more than welcome to do that. But I don't want any more money in the video game. Although I don't know if you should sub to me, but if you're willing to spend your money that way, then I'm not going to stop you. I would probably advise you pick a different streamer, to be honest. Ah, yeah. The famous mobile tax. The reason they charge more on mobile is because Apple and or Google, depending on which phone you have, gets a cut of it, and they don't want... And so, you know, they have to compensate for that. Wait, no, I can probably just... That's not Twitch's fault, per se, that it's more, although I guess technically it is. Okay, why am I getting so many pings? Oh.
Super Mario Odyssey!
True, nothing does stop you from going into the browser. But the thing here is, the Twitch mobile browser, in my experience, is not really good. It's not good. I don't really use it that much, though. Oh, right, yeah, we can't do that moon. I have to remember, that moon involves defeating a bajillion enemies, so therefore it is not going to work. So what we can do is we can do Fish Clip, which if,
Super Mario Odyssey!
you know, someone that plays OSU is still here, probably is familiar with. Boo-boo-boo. I could also go to the top of the glass, because there is a moon there as well, but... I don't know. Oh, you're back? Even though I probably don't need Fish Clip, I'm gonna do it anyway, because... it has a few moons. It can help us get the moons. I think. Ah, I see. That makes sense. You could share, because I'm interested. Yeah, no, hold on. I don't know how to do fish clip this time. Alright, yeah, the NPCs don't like talking to you when you're in captures. It's bubbling. Can we get this moon here? Yes, we can. So I guess the only moon that we would really need for... we need fish clip for is if we were going to get the shortcut one, because I don't think you can get the shortcut one while staying inbound. I don't think that's a possibility. In post-game, Peach would be there. Wait, no, that doesn't exist yet? I thought for sure it would. We'll give one last try for the painting island. Okay, that was just me being incredibly foolish there. I don't know what on earth possessed me to do that.
Super Mario Odyssey!
I just hope it didn't save the coin. Okay. Okay, what I'm gonna do is, because the ads are gonna be like in a minute, I'm going to go to luncheon and then we're gonna take a break when we get there. I would say we are Eros. We somehow beat the single toughest boss in the whole game. Because as it turns out, there was something harder than Night Metro. Night Metro wasn't the thing I should have been scared of. I should have been scared of Brigadier Mollusk Lancer Delphine of Boblaine. Yes, that is the boss's full name, in case you're wondering. And how I remember that, I don't know. So the ads are gonna run like right now. So I will see you in a few minutes. And we're back. We're back for Luncheon Kingdom. I don't really know what this kingdom has for us. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near the difficulty of Seaside Kingdom, and especially its boss. But, you know, maybe I'll be wrong. So our coin counter is intact at 0. You know, this is what happens when you are a fool and you don't pay attention to the basic level in front of you. Oh, this looks... Okay, I'm not attempting this Goomba Moon for now, because that coin pound, that, you know, that coin layout looks obnoxious. Now, I'm not going to write that moon off entirely, but with me just starting a kingdom, it's not worth it. Yeah, there's a lot of moons where it's just like, my reaction is, that later star's problem to deal with, not current star. Because the only... If it's a story moon, I will... Short of it being, like, impossible or requiring me to do some, like, really hard out-of-bounds trick, I will try to get story moons, because story moons unlock a lot of things, and if we're gonna get to darker side, we need as much post-game, post-piece, and Moonrock moons as we can get. We can't afford to let any of those moons be off the table. Because Coinless is brutal in this game. That's why I spent so much time on that boss fight. It's because even though it was very difficult right now, future me is going to be really happy when we have all of Seaside Kingdom available for us. I didn't even, like, think about the fact that, oh right, there are coins there. So one thing here is, most outfits in this game are impossible to get, because you need to buy the outfits in the shop with either regular coins, which I don't allow, or the regional coins, which I have also banned myself from collecting. But that isn't true for all of the outfits, as there are some which it is also possible to unlock them with Amiibo. Now, I haven't unlocked any outfits using amiibos yet because of the fact that the only outfits that would matter are ones which can actually help us get moons, and I haven't really tried any of those outfit areas. Remember, there we go. We have defeated Spewart for the second time. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. I'm gonna save after each story moon because I'm worried something could happen. Especially with the nature of this kingdom. There's just so many moons for us to get here. It's actually kind of crazy. I was worried there was going to be coins in this sub area and that it would be impossible, but the good news is that there weren't any coins. If that had been a little different, that might have... Okay, Spiny, can you just... There's just, you know, so many moons here, like, again. And all of them are possible. Which is even crazier, because, like, in most kingdoms, on the 80% route, there would at least be one other moon that would, you know, at least one moon on that route that would have been impossible. Or I would have said, no, I'm not going to do it. Now, what I am worried about is the story moon we're about to do. Because we have to destroy a lot of cheese blocks, and I'm worried that I get coins for doing that. Because that seems to be a thing that takes place. So, before I inevitably die to something, or before I inevitably get money that we can't collect, because I don't want to have to do all those moons I just did over again, because it's a pretty large amount of moons we got. Okay. Okay, we don't have to... Okay, that is a bit worrying. Like, it is very worrying. Also, I don't know what Eros was replying to, so... Because I wasn't paying attention to chat at that moment. Now my question here is, how do I get that spiny to not be an issue? Because we can't just... Because even though it is possible to defeat the spiny, that would get us a coin, which we don't want. So how do I... Okay, there we go. I think I figured out how to do this. That's how you do it, is you destroy the fewest cheese blocks that you humanly can. You don't destroy any more or any less. But because of the fact that what I just did was very difficult, this means that I'm going to be saving here. Now we have reached the amount of moons to where we could just leave the kingdom if we wanted. But, you know, leaving the kingdom would be, you know, boring. And plus, we need to get world peace before we leave. You know, and something, we need 500 moons to begin with to finish our challenge run. I'm gonna not... So, I can't damage boost there. That's actually... Because, you know, I forgot that ninja coins were there. So that means that we have to get there a different way.
Super Mario Odyssey!
Atop the highest tower. Well, I don't think it is... Wait. Of course, this is the latest edition of me selecting the main account. And I don't know why the save I have open on the main account is a Sand Kingdom one. Because that one, I have two 100% files.
Super Mario Odyssey!
Big paw on the volcano, dive in. You know, we just... You know, I thought we could get to spinning athletics the cool way, but unfortunately we cannot do that. Okay. I deny any allegations that I am intentionally throwing for content. You know, this is just me having a skill issue. Because, you know, the golden rule of Mysterious Star streams is for every time I look like I'm actually good at the video games I play, I must immediately counteract this by making basic mistakes that someone who is much worse at the game would make. Exactly. You know, this is to counteract the fact it only took me 20 minutes to do Night Metro. And the fact that I somehow beat... I'm worried they'll save the regional coins, but I think since I exited quickly, it might not. Okay, I am actually on the right profile for once. I remembered to press the right button.
Super Mario Odyssey!
Okay. So the reason we're doing spinning athletics right now, and a lot of these other moons, is the story is going to direct us, like, in the complete wrong direction from the stuff we're doing right now. You know, we're just gonna lava boost to get the last notes. I'm worried this moon might not be possible. So before I do it, I'm just going to save in advance, because this feels like the kind of moon that would be impossible. Okay, no it isn't. Now, I don't think... Oh, that mean is actually possible. I didn't think that it would be. So, there's our first star. So, you know, we've completed star percent. But, you know, we'll just... We can't actually do Mushroom Kingdom proper yet, so we'll just... come back to luncheon. And then we... Yeah, I would save, but we, like, just saved, like, a second ago. Yeah, we didn't need to worry about this. Some more timer challenges. Because timer challenges are pretty free. Typically speaking, because there aren't typically a lot of coins involved in them. Hmm. You know, I think we've collected more moons here than we did in Luncheon. Which, you know, that is absurd to think about. But, you know, Metro also has a lot of moons that aren't even possible to obtain because
Super Mario
of world peace not being possible. No. This is the one thing I don't like about how this game works, is that when I inevitably make that mistake, I don't have a way of really being able to tell that I'm doing it until it says atop the highest tower instead of an objective that relates to luncheon. I also need to remember Luncheon's taken a bit, but that's just because Luncheon's a long kingdom and I'm trying to get a lot of moons out of it. I just realized that that is not the proposition that I thought it was. So, yeah, we probably don't want to use the fork there. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't even know if I really want to do any of the shortcuts at all. Because that just sounds like a great way to collect a coin. And then I remember that there is a bunch of coins everywhere and that I should never feel comfortable during this challenge run, ever. If I feel comfortable about anything, then that means that I am doing this challenge run wrong. I don't know why there's a port there. There's no reason for it to exist. See, that's why I should never feel comfortable about anything. And that would have been safer. So you're going to turn me into paper? How dare you, arrows? If you say so. What I'm going to do is I'm also going to get this checkpoint because post-game. So you just think it looks like I turned my PNGTuber into a sticker. All I will say is that redeem and like the concept and the way I implemented it is something I took from Maneko because, you know... Oh god. This boss fight is going to be very fun. Let me see, is this boss fight even possible? Oh. So, according to the Odyssey people, the Odyssey low percent people who have done this challenge, this is RNG hell. That's how they described it, which... you know, does not worry me. So what we're gonna do is I will attempt this, like, until the ad break. Oh, my. Scratch that idea, actually. We're just not gonna attempt this at all. Because, oh my, does Cookatiel look insane.
Super Mario Odyssey!
I don't want to have to do that right now. Of course, I forget which profile I'm supposed to be on because of... you know, why would I remember which profile I'm supposed to use? That would be... So what we'll do is we're just gonna get Captain Toad and Luncheon and then go to Ruin Kingdom. I don't like it, but...
Super Mario Odyssey!
I don't know if I have it in me to do Cookatiel. Because that boss does not look like it would be something that I would want to do. Especially since our goal is just... Oh. So we'll just get Captain Toad and call it a day. Now my question here is, how on earth does Captain Toad get to this location? I guess there's one more thing we can do. Because what we can do is, there's a sub-area around here. Now, I don't know how possible this sub-area actually is. Hello, Yudia, and, you know, I like that answer. I don't know if you've been here recently, Yudia, but I flipped the layout since you were last here, probably. Wait. I might have messed this up slightly. Because I might have accidentally gotten a coin somewhere and...
Super Mario Odyssey!
So, you know, what we're currently doing, Yudia, is... we're currently trying to basically wrap up Luncheon Kingdom. We were going to try the boss Cookatiel, but then I learned pretty quickly that Cookatiel is... you know, Cookatiel's not impossible coinless, but I don't really know if I want to do Cookatiel is the thing. Because I would probably be here for the rest of this stream attempting it if I did. So I think it is best for all parties that we don't. Because we're about to enter a sub-area that is not easy, I'm probably going to make sure that I save before I do it this time, so that, you know, I don't have to visit Captain Toad again and get all those checkpoints. Because, you know, there is a reason I would want to get the checkpoints, even if they're not that useful, and that is Toadette Moons. So I have to be careful here. And I have to pay attention to my coin counter. Okay, so the secret moon is not possible. Or at least requires probably damage boosting strategies if I want to obtain it. So that's important. So this sub-area will almost certainly be the last thing in luncheon we do. For now. We might try to come back here later. That does not look easy. What we'll try is we'll do the main moon first. Because the main moon looks more promising. Okay, I think with proper damage boosting strats, that moon is possible. There we go. So now it is time to go to Ruined Kingdom. Now the game's gonna say we're gonna go to Bowser's Kingdom here, but the game is lying to us. For once, we're starting a kingdom without having to worry about, like, an ad break? I guess technically we started Seaside when the ad break wasn't, like, immediately about to run, but, you know, Seaside had its own issues. You know, currently the Odyssey is broken. So We cannot revisit somewhere else in the game. Even if we wanted to. Because we didn't have 3 hearts, that didn't give us any coins. I don't think that has ever happened in the entire run. I don't think I have accidentally hit either a Luigi or Captain Toad hint art location. I don't think it's ever happened. And normally I would say, how dare 1.2 make this challenge run harder for no reason. But 1.2 is the only reason, or the most up-to-date versions of Odyssey are the only reason this challenge is even possible. Because if we were playing on 1.0, this challenge is it's unbeatable. You are forced to get a coin to beat 1.0. All later versions of Odyssey, you can beat Coinless. Okay, the ads are. I'm going to snooze the ads because I don't want them playing during this fight. Even if, for the Coinless run, this fight is extremely boring. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go to Bowser's Kingdom, and then once we get there, I'm going to step away. Or alternatively, no, we're not ending this yet.
beauty na feina. Oh, fora daquela cama. Oh, di na color of the Swiss. Dito na feina. Oh, di na feina.
You know, I was worried that because of the, Mario Wii stream I've been wanting to do, that this stream would, like, be that Mario Maker viewer level stream I did back in March, but it hasn't been.
Oh, tap.
Surprisingly. Mm. So I'm gonna go take a break and run the ads, so I will see you once those are over. And then we will return with Bowser's Kingdom. And we are back. Let me just make sure. I know I saved everything, but I just need to make sure that... Yes. Now, the game doesn't tell you this when you enter the kingdom, but you actually need 8 moons to exit this kingdom. Because the game wants us to think that this is the final kingdom. That's what the game wants us to think right now. Now, I know better. Okay, so in addition to the bird that, you know, has a moon and it not being there, I don't know if that moon is possible or is actually a moon that I should attempt.
Super Mario Odyssey!
You know, when will I learn to press the right button the first time? Probably never. Because, you know, the next challenge run I do is probably going to be on my main account. Assuming it is an Odyssey one.
Odyssey!
And what I will say is that no matter what happens, I am not doing any post-game in today's stream. It doesn't matter. You know, Cappy is a double-edged sword sometimes, because Cappy is very helpful, but Cappy is also very good at collecting coins for us. Which we don't exactly want him to do. If the mission says atop the highest tower, then you know that I've selected the wrong profile.
Super Mario!
And the only reason I remembered why it's on a save file there, because I'm trying to practice the maneuvers that are required for world peace. That's the reason why, because eventually I do think we need peace in Sand Kingdom. And as bad as this sounds, I think Sand Kingdom is legitimately the better of the two kingdoms where we don't have peace, but we could get it. Because because Cookateel is basically me spend an entire stream just hoping RNG lines up correctly. I need to make sure that... Okay, yeah, there. We're gonna be saving after every single story moon. And now with this kingdom, I know that all the story moons are possible to get, because I don't think you can skip any of them here. Hello, Lucy Mox. You know, sometimes I forget that I specifically coded that greeting for you. You know, I'm doing pretty well. I've had to do some of the hardest kingdoms in this game coinless. And you know, somehow I've made it all the way to Bowser's Kingdom today. I don't really know how or why. So, the context, for those that don't know, is at one point Lucy Mox was following the Lost Luma. Back when it was known as the Lost Stars. And so that's what that greeting is for. So, anyone that decides to follow the Lost Luma for any reason will get that greeting attached to them. So right here, what are the bombs doing? I didn't realize that this area was this complicated. Like, and we haven't even reached the part where I was thinking things would get complicated.
Super Mario Odyssey!
You know, there are a bunch of people that have special greetings. You're not the only one. And then you know, one thing that's messed me up every single time, it seems, is that I have all of my coinless stuff on my second profile, Known Star. And so sometimes when I'm reloading the game, I forget to press the button to go between Lost Star and Known Star. And I think this is also partially just because of how the difference between the Switch 1 and Switch 2. Okay. Am I not allowed to have that? Oh, this is gonna be complicated. So how do I prevent the bomb from... How do I prevent the bomb from exploding the block? Because that's what I think the problem is.
Super Mario Odyssey!
I think I need to do some shenanigans, to say the least. Let me see, does warping there help our cause? Possibly? That isn't a terrible solution? But the problem here is the enemy just respawns itself, or the thing respawns. Is it the Pokios? You fell asleep, newbie. And somehow you when you woke back up, I was still alive. I don't know how that happened. Imagine telling me 2 years ago that that streams over 4 hours long would just be completely normal and I wouldn't feel it. I would have thought you were crazy. Yes, it's the Pokios. So what we need to do is we need to prevent the Pokios from... You should be asleep, but... Yeah, that can be a thing. Okay, what we need to do is we need to... So here is some very silly shenanigans we have to do here. We have to poke at this block. We need to poke at that block 200 times. Because that is the only way to get it coinless. I am not making that up. That is the actual solution. And even crazier is if we were playing on the 1.0, so the release version, that would not actually work. They had to patch this into the game. Yes. So, remember, we need... We need to make sure that... So, in addition to... Because one thing about this challenge run that is sort of, but not completely unique to it, is in addition to not collecting coins, we also have to make sure that enemies do not die for, like, any reason. Because if enemies die, we will get a coin for it. I did test this off stream, and it does in fact work. I have no idea why that works, but it does. Indeed. That gets pinned because... You gotta go? You know, thanks for stopping by, Lucy. Now, because of the fact that what we just did is kind of insane to do, I'm going to make sure that I save so that I don't have to do any of that ever again. Case in point, I immediately do that. No, we do this one. That right there is why. We made sure to save, because now we don't have to do that. So what I think we do is... Yeah, we do it from the other side. Now, one thing I will try is I want to see, can we get this move? Yes, we can. There we go. We've defeated the first of the two bosses we need for the moon. Now it's time to defeat Topper. Okay, that's actually kind of a good thing that it's there in the corner of the arena, because we can just kind of not go there. So that's the other boss. So we're gonna, we need to make sure we save here, because this, I think, is gonna be a point where a lot of really difficult things are going to take place. Okay, we can get this moon. I didn't think we could get that moon. I was like, I was prepared to have to restart. Wait, is... Oh yeah, we should be able to get this one too. I just need to make sure that I don't do any shaking. There we go. You know, there's so many moons that exist. You know, we can just, meet Captain Toad right there. Right there. Wait, no, that would be wrong. So what we need to do is climb. We could just climb up with the I guess, the normal way. I don't know if we want to necessarily go the way where the sub area is, because that sub area is notorious for being the place where you farm coins. So why I would go that way doesn't really... I don't think that was the right call. Even if this is a pretty intimidating looking... Yeah, we can just climb up it pretty easily. Wait, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna save everything up to the boss itself. Because if I remember right, this boss was very difficult to do. From what I remember. And I want it so that if I fail it, I can just warp to beneath the keep and then... Now, we have to use the Pokio, because I'm pretty sure... Ouch. We have to be careful, because that potentially means coins, so we needed to despawn forcefully without... So we basically just have to hope that Pokios don't spawn, and we have to get the Pokio in a spot to where it can be saved. Yeah, this fight is not gonna be easy. There we go! Wait. There's still one more? Oh dear, this is not good. What we need to do is we need to direct the Robo-Brood away from the Pokio it created. And then we need to... This phase is by far the most difficult. Because the bombs... What I need to do is I probably... Do I want to climb on top of the Mac if possible? And then... And then make it so that Harriet is down immediately. Yeah, no, that wasn't gonna happen. Who are we? So this is hard for a similar reason to why Mollusk was hard, which is that captors can, you know, spawn, and if the boss defeats those captors, you get coins. You do. You know, they should get the coins, not us. Oh, right, yeah, you can't do that. I forgot. Yeah, no, we have to defeat them in the way the game wants us to. Because, you know, that would be too fun.
Super Mario Odyssey!
There we go. Now I just need to... Okay, that Tokyo, at first I was worried, but right now it's in an okay spot, but it won't realistically... There we go! And now we're on to Moon Kingdom.
Para the pause. Man in the freedom.
There we go. So that's the last moon we get for now. Or at least in Moon Kingdom. Now, Moon Kingdom isn't really... It's pretty much just the Bowser battle. There isn't... Especially as right now, I don't really want to do anything else. I'll probably just get one moon for now and call that a day, like one or two. Uh-oh. I just realized that I got a... Did I get a coin because of the fact that I got that moon? Because if so, that is annoying. See, this is why you should save. You should be very careful with the where and when you save. Because if you're not, you then have to do an entire boss fight all over. By executive decision, I have decided that actually we probably shouldn't do Moon Kingdom because I want to be able to do it the way I want to do it properly. Also, that stream length is, you know... does make me wonder, like, how I'm able to do this. Because my mind's still getting used to the idea that a 5-hour stream is something I can do. And that I don't tire out well before that point. Now this might mean the Mario Kart Wii time trial thing was one stream long. I don't know if I entirely want that to be the case, is the thing. What I'll probably do is we either go to the 5-hour mark Or do we? No, what we're gonna do is... we'll go until, like, when the ads are supposed to play, or until we beat the boss again. Whichever one happens first, because I don't need this stream to be longer than the affiliate anniversary. Actually, it would be anyway. Never mind. But to be fair, that was a multi-day celebration. But if we beat this now, then it's going to become the question of, do I do Moon Kingdom? You know, Moon Cave skip and everything. Where I basically just don't get moons. There aren't a lot of moons in that kingdom until after Peace. I thought maybe we could try to do something there. But no, we can't. That would be too simple. Although, with this stream becoming my longest ever, it would be fitting, because June... because it seems to be a pattern that my affiliate anniversary, that becomes my longest stream, and then some stream in June randomly beat that mark. There we go. Now I just need to know the moment that this surpasses the affiliate anniversary in length. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna snooze the ads so that they don't become a problem. Remember, actually save. You know what? No. I don't know where I got that coin, but I did. And I am feeling like at this point, I feel like I don't know if I can keep going, because this has already accidentally become my longest stream ever. So I need to find somebody who I could raid. I think we're going to raid someone who most of you probably should be familiar with. One Swamos, our favorite Mudkip. They're currently doing Final Fantasy, so let's go stop by them. But until next time, bye!